Good morning. Welcome to my virtual trading journal, risk neutral trading. It is 8 o'clock in the morning on some another day here. It's the 23rd of September, 2025. Wow, Jesus, how time goes fast. It's all times here on my chart that I refer to are Central Standard Time. The idea of this stream is that, as I said, it is my virtual trading journal. I don't multitask well, and so I find it distracting anyway. So this works perfectly. I can capture everything that I, have on my screens with the video, and then my voice provides some insight as to what I was thinking at the time, and I don't have to be screen snapping and typing and carrying on. So that's that. There's no financial or trade advice here. There's a disclaimer in the description, so check that out. I'm not monetized for this stream in any way, so I'm in it for the likes and subs and comments in the chat. That's great. I hope it helps. The idea, remember, this is my virtual trading journal. I'm talking to myself here, and I'm allowing anybody that wants to look over my shoulder. The idea about that is that it provides complete transparency and accountability. The stream starts at 8 o'clock every morning, trading day morning, and goes through 1500 every afternoon. So there you go. You'll notice that my monitors reflect the entire monitor, not just the application, so you can see any open programs. You can also see the hour, minutes, and seconds, the date, and that ties up with the with either IRT or Bookmap. Okay, so let's look at get on with it here. Let's look at the numbers and the reports, and there's some stuff I think you should be aware of this morning. First of all, this is investing.com. Both of my news sources here are free. You can pay for them if you want to. I don't find any need. This is the current account. Then we've got stock and Fed. And then about 8:45, we have PMI. The S&P PMI Global, both composite and services. And here's a real spooky one right here at 8:50. Trump is speaking. Now, not that there's anything wrong with that, of course, or that I'm making any political statement one way or another, but this is a random, unqualified risk. I have no idea what he's going to say. It's quite obvious that many times his speaking, whether it's planned or just extemporaneous, as he's walking by reporters, has had a big effect on the market. So my advice is, with that being just 5 minutes after PMI, mind your risk, be extremely cautious. These are the, and then there's some, then Powell was going to speak at 11:35, which is another surprise for me. And again, he's going to speak at 18:20. I didn't realize that. Twice in one day. Something's cooking. This is Financial Juice, which is another free news report. Obviously, as it says here, about every 15 screens you can pay for it. But this is basically the same docket. And here's one that we don't know that wasn't on the other one. You see this Trump's multilateral meeting at 13:30, and there's nothing about Trump's speech at, here we go. No, here we go. Oh, he's speaking at the UNGA, whatever the hell that is. And then down here at the UN reception. He's at the UN. Okay. Anyway, this is pretty much the same docket, but this Financial Juice has a bit more of a Squawk Box feel over here. So there you go. My charting then, let's see the pre-market. It's, what do you suppose has happened here now? It's about as flat as you can get. We are essentially, yeah, I hate these kind of opens. Wow, 44 to 57. The entire overnight so far is about a 10, 12 handle range. Wow. That's pretty incredible. Anyway, there you have it. This is the ES Mini, the NQ Mini. This is my higher time frame micro composite chart, which is essentially just the RTH session and daily candlesticks. I think everything's running here. Is the stream trickling along? Yes, sir. Trickling down the hill, no problem. All right. Wherever price overlaps, I draw or continue to draw a volume profile around them. And the way I have these volume profiles set up, that what that does is it automatically generates high and low volume nodes, which are these represented by the red and green lines over here. And they are just the highs and lows of the volume profile for this micro composite. Also, it generates a micro composite VPOC right here. These red and green lines push automatically to bookmap as they come as a little label. I'll show you in a minute, as do the session prices up here. This is the market profile chart, and it's full session pretty quick. I'll change it to RTH only, like that. There you go. What are we doing so far? Well, we're a little bit light. Actually, we're way light. We're only 102,000 contracts. Wow, that is extremely light volume, indicative of the useless session profile so far, I guess. But and we're down a net close of 0.02%, which is basically nothing. Wow. Okay, bookmap. Excuse me. Micro composite column. This is where I manually enter all of the various things that happen. And for example, I will go up here to the micro composite new all-time high, which was put in here now yesterday because they can't get enough of this irrational exuberance. There we go. This is where the VPOC and stuff are also manually entered down here. And these are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from bookmap. Here's our full session volume profile right here. And this started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the overnight. This is the full session or the Globex. Look at this. Sorry. 44 to 56. Wow. 12 handle range all night. Is it a holiday in London? Maybe. I don't know that. I know it was Yom Kippur yesterday. I think I heard some guys making a joke about, do you sell Yom Kippur and buy Rosh Hashanah, or maybe it was the other way around. I don't know which is which, but I guys on the Tasty were discussing that, and I don't know the answer to that. It's like, you know, sell the rumor and buy the news, or the other way around. I don't know that. They were making that reference, and I don't know those two holidays. Those are Jewish high holidays, I believe. This is the RTH volume profile session. This will reset this morning at 8:30. And this is a pretty important column for me. This is my notes column. The first thing I do every morning is, wow, this really sucks. The first thing I do every morning is reset the title of this column to the expected open type for the day. I'm going to have to wind this out just to show you what that is. Now, how do we detect the open type or determine that? It's really simple. There's only 4 of them. If we opened right here, right now, That would be 67.50 half. How would that relate to the previous RTH close? Here's the close. Well, we would be higher than the close. How does it relate to the previous RTH range? We're in range. So if we open right here, right now, the open type would be higher in range. Oop, don't want to do that. Okay, now that may well change, and that always irritates me. The next thing I do is delete all of the notes from the previous day, and you'll see that there's all the statistics associated with the session prices have been input here, as we're going to do just now. So we'll clear the notes, and there we go. All right, now the next order of business locally here is the session prices, which are here, and they are pushed from Bookmap, and they're just plain as the nose on your face. They're just simple, right? And there, you'll notice that there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my charts. There are the following lines, and let me just say that there's nothing remotely mysterious, complicated. This is all data, logic, and statistics, period. So the lines on my charts, maybe I can get this by, there you go. I have two POCs, one for RTH and one for full session. The full session is a little darker yellow, if you notice that. There are two VWAPs, a Globex and an RTH. And there is one mid, which you can't even see because it's way down below us, for the RTH only. There are, and the rest of these are just common sense. The overnight mid, the overnight volume point of control, overnight high, value area high, you know, you can't miss. And there's a couple that are down here that I'm going to try to find. These levels can sometimes confuse people. The IB high, IB low, because of the naming. It's an old market profile convention, initial balance. What those two levels really actually represent are nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of this upcoming RTH trading session, period. The first 1 hour, that's it. The POCs, also not complicated or mysterious. They are simply mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's it. Right now, 8307 is the most number of contracts that have traded. This is the price level where the most contracts have traded so far in the overnight session. The minute one of these contracts says 8308, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all there is to it. Now let's look at the statistics, and I'm quite sure that this is going to irritate my ass a little bit later and probably go below or above, and this may change to lower in range rather than higher in range, but let's just look at the basics to start out with. The statistics comes from an indicator or a study in IRT. Now you see that the program conveniently highlights the correct open type for the day, but only after 8:30. So this is yesterday. Let's imagine that we open right here, higher in range, as we determined we would. The study looks back at 2,000 days, trading days. Of these 2,000 trading days, we opened higher in range 605 of those days. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 504 times, 83.3%. Watch this. This is magic, huh? 83.3. Whoa, how about that for tough? And that is exactly all there is to it. Now, we're going to mosey down this list. Overnight volume point of control. The overnight mid is 76.7. Overnight mid is right there, right? 76.7. Now, I want to point out to you, I'll just keep doing these. The overnight high is 75.5. I don't think that worked out like I had it planned. There we go. I'm going to try to get to one that's important here in a second. The value area high, or previous value area high, was 71.6, and that's right there. I'll just make a note here, or a quick, the difference between value area high or low and developing value area high or low. The D, or the developing, is for the current auctioning session. The value area high and low is the previous auctioned session. That's why, and after we open, I'll switch my IRT charting to day session only, so that the value area high will continue to accurately reflect yesterday's RTH session. Overnight high, that's what I'm looking for. No, that's not what I'm looking for. Previous close is 70.4, and that's right there. Let's see if we can get that flag in there. 70.4. And these could all change instantly. As a matter of fact, they just changed right there, because it's relation to the where we open compared to the close and the range, yeah? So I'm going to stop putting all these levels in here, except I am going to show you one more that's important. And that's the IB high. And that is 68.6. Now, let's get down here to find the IB high right there. 68.6. And I always type, the reason I wanted to have this in the stream, I always type the initials here. Why do I do that? Because the minute this new upcoming future RTH session starts at 8:30, this flag and this line are going to disappear, and they're going to go to the high of this current auction. So this flag is going to be sitting out here, and I'm going to wonder what the hell it meant. Well, I know it's the IB high from yesterday. Okay. Now I'm going to stop doing this because they're going to mess around with this. Let's look at the IB, or the overnight low. That can be a big one. That's 49.4%. I'm going to stop now because it's highly likely that we may open lower in range rather than higher in range. And if you look back at the overnight trading session, what would you suggest? And you've got upcoming news, upcoming speakers, and including POTUS. Agent Orange. What do you think you would expect today? Yeah, there you go. All right, so I'm going to now get to the pre-market. Well, let's see here. Yeah, I can do the pre-market. I can start the pre-market again. And there's not a lot to say. Look at this mess. 12 handles. Absolutely balanced. What is this market waiting for? You can bet they're waiting for something. I am not sure if yesterday was a holiday in London, in Europe. I don't think so. That, typically we don't have much action in the Asian session, but when London kicks in around 2 in the morning, Central Standard Time, all my times here are Central Standard Time. I think I said that already, but in case. We usually get a lot more movement. This is pretty spooky right here. I would suggest, our inventory is exactly balanced. Look at the profile. This would suggest an open auction. We're just going to, try to figure out which way to go. Now, this is kind of interesting here. Yesterday's high is flat as a board. Do you see that? There's no taper up here. The auction didn't just wind down to nothing like you would expect. You can see it on the market profile over here. Flat as a board. That's a poor high. or a week high. This has got taper. This has got excess. We came down to a couple of ticks, right? A couple of TPOs. This suggests that the auction ran out of gas and is complete. This suggests that the auction was not completed to the upside. They ran out at the end. Usually when this happens, the overnight takes over and they get some excess up there. So something's cooking, and I'm not sure what that is. But whenever you're not sure what's going to happen or what you think about the market, the first thing you do is you put your mouse aside and you analyze where you're going and what you need to be thinking about. Remember that a trader's ultimate primary objective is to manage your risk, protect your account. I'm now going to do a snap I do every day at 8:20. That is this one, which I post in the TLab. And you're asking yourself, what the hell is the TLab? It is a bookmap Discord, there we go, chat room, called the Traders Lab. Started by a guy named Tom B. And I think he's he doesn't call trades. He doesn't trade live. So if that's what you're looking for, you're not going to see that there. But I definitely believe that he's the real deal. He's been trading since 1980, it's a Discord chat site or chat room or whatever, and I make a post in there every day at about 6 where I post the reports, and then at 8:20 when I post the this chart that I showed you. And I do this to try to give those folks, anyone around that doesn't have access to all the numbers, this is a pretty good chart, right? There's several sessions back. There's naked volume points of control, IB high and low. Here's our basics quote page, and then every number you ever dreamed of over here. This is the session statistics page, which is, we've already gone through, so you know what that means. Yeah, so that's that. That's my snap there. I'm not sure if I mentioned this or not, but the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room, and it's free. And Tom leads it and still does to this day. Good advice, good people in there, pretty adult group. So there you go. And I feel like I don't support any other websites or Discord or any of that stuff, except for I put a plug in for Tom and his Traders Lab every morning, and also Static and Rod and Company, but that's not public yet, so he hasn't completely opened that Static up. And of course the stream. So, okay, back to the pre-market then. And one thing that I almost forgot yesterday was, which is pretty stupid, I guess it would be important to trade, huh? So in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock, and you need to select a way that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. You choose chart, it's this column, the active or the live data column. If you choose DOM, you can only trade with your mouse in the DOM columns. And both is, guess what? Wait for it. You got it. Both. There you go. Now, what I do is I use multi-brackets. And here is the risk-neutral trade management philosophy and how it's applied. This is the minimum package size for a risk-neutral methodology because you need to have an even number of contracts. Package size is 2. You select a stop in ticks for the total package. And you can do that based on, the way I suggest to do that is based on your, first and foremost, your account risk parameters and tolerance, and then the volatility of the day, and, you know, all of those things you've heard so much about. Once this one is selected, the first take profit target or risk neutral scale is set automatically. It's the same number of ticks as the stop is a loss, and it is for half of the package. So 2 contracts, 1 contract, 12 ticks, 12 ticks. And then there's a runner. If you do, 4 ticks or 4 contracts, there you go. If it's high volatility, you can change it to that, whatever you want to do. The next thing I do personally is I do the multi-trading account thing every day, so that any trade I take here is automatically pushed to those other 4. Now, because I've used the multi-bracket, I don't need any of these other tools down here in the trade control panel. You see these in-trade or daily metrics here are represented also over here. So I confirm my package size. I close that like that. I get my real estate back on the screen. The trade control panel is active. It's green. Padlock's open. I have all of my metrics up here, which will be displayed in ticks or, numbers of contract. And this is cancel all and close all. So I'm set to go for trading now on this account with this setup. And we're going to open them up here in about 3 minutes or 2 minutes. And the first thing that I recommend you do is just push your mouse away and sit on your hands and see what the hell happens in 15 minutes. There's anytime any of the administration, the few that are more vocal and camera friendly, are around in the opportunity or in speaking distance of a microphone, there's a high probability that we may have some sort of a disruption to the auction. So you need to be real careful about that. See how the VPOC just moved down? And that's normal. We're having an auction now, right? So that means I need to change the parameter down here. So far, we're okay with this. So far, we're still above the close. So if we open right now, we're going to be okay. We're going to be higher in range. If they get down here one more tick, we're going to be lower in range, and I'm going to be bitching and moaning. And we're now going to open lower in range, it looks like. So that's going to be irritating. I'll need to change the column title. And I do this column title because for the benefit of the stream and for snaps, when I look back at them, when I see that title, it gives me a lot of information instantly. With all this liquidity laying in here above it, I think we're going to open lower than the previous close. IRT will highlight that after we get open, and there we go. That's resetting too quick. Now it's 29.24. I don't know what the hell is going on. I've been having so many problems with this. Anyway. We'll start flagging the migrating VPOCs. Another one of the workflows my workflows that I might not have mentioned, I put this blue vertical line at the session start of each session, and it is nothing more than a visual cue for me. When I glance to my left, and if I see that blue line, I know I have the whole session in range. If I don't see it, I know I better do something about it. You see how this suddenly moved up here now? This reset incorrectly. And I am so freaking over that. It's got something to do with the, why won't that set now? All right, you son of a bitch. Sorry. Some bitch, there we go. Now I know where my session start is. I've got a flag up here. I've got a flag down. Now we're down here, right on the close. Pretty quick, we'll get a pink flag that'll be the open. The IB high and low will join forces here pretty soon. I will now set my IRT charting. You see how we open. I'll now set my IRT charting to day session only. So all of a sudden, this is yesterday. And here's our open. And I'll do the same for down here. And you see where we opened right up here at the highs, which is where we closed, obviously. Yeah, this irrational exuberance is starting to be really irritating to me. I also plot the same exact configuration for the micros because I do push these session prices and I make them free to anybody that's interested. So let's change these. Come on. Attaboy. And let's change this to full session only. And save that one. And get back to where we belong on the minis over here. There we go. By the way, these are, in case you noticed that, these are the naked volume points of control, and I have an off-on button here because it's a little noisy. And this is the same for fractals, which are essentially zigzags. So now what are we doing? Well, there we go. Now this is the more muted yellow. So this is the full session, right? But I think it's also got the POC with it, so it's got both. Let's just put that flag there, and I'll tell you something about that in a minute. Okay, I think everything's working okay now, and I think I'm up to speed. I'll be right back. Just now. Little more of that irrational exuberance, huh? Jesus. Jesus, Lena. I don't know what to think about all this craziness. There's no reason the economy is, all-time highs, all-time highs, all-time highs. I went through this quite a bit yesterday in the wrap-up, so I'm not going to do it again. But All right, we've got all of our charting up to speed here, looks like. Let's see how did we open? What do you guess? Well, I don't see our open in here anywhere. It's got to be hiding under one of these. Let's check over here. Right there's the open. It's right there under that VWAP. I'm guessing we opened below it, so this is going to be lower in range. Let's see. Well, what I was showing you was this. There's the open tag, which is, I think, right under here. Let's see what IRT has to say. And no, we opened higher in range. Yay, me. I don't have to change those flags around. Cool. I hate doing that. I mean, it's just annoying. So, these levels don't change all that much, obviously, looking back at 2,000 days. If you want to do a screen snap of that, that's probably a good idea. Then you have your own stats in front of you all the time. It's so simple to know how to pull the open type, and after that, you're off and running. Okay, where am I now? Let's see. We're over there. We're over here. What are we doing for volume here? Let's check that. 67% volume this time today. That's not surprising, is it? And look at our ATR. It's way down here at 2.25. My. This is open interest. That's also pretty surprising. Okay. I hope I'm all got everything running right here. Let's see. I'm talking. It's going. The stream is trickling along. Yeah, I think everything's happening. Cool. Well, I'm not expecting any crazy disruptions today like yesterday. It's so disappointing, you know. I picked a Monday thinking that's usually kind of a flat day, and boy, was I wrong. Anyway, I've got our marker on, so we know where we are. I'm going to get these wound down to about $1 high. You see that? Or 1 point high. Oops, not quite enough. There you go. A little more. What's going on here? There you go. 1 point high. And full session in view so far, right? Here's our IB low. There's our IB high. I love it when a plan comes together, isn't it? Look at us. Right up here, just, sniffing a flank on that all-time high from yesterday. Jesus. I'm sure glad I closed off my 401k a couple weeks back and pulled it into an IRA. Just ahead of the Fed rate meeting, thinking that might be a pretty uncertain time to be having some other person deciding how to invest that, not really caring too much about me particularly. And so you see what the outcome is. There's the Fed rate day. What have we done since? Straight up to new all-time highs from basically 66.70 to 67.5. Disappointing, but hey, shit happens. Okay, I would suggest once again, absolutely be careful. Your prime objective as a trader is to manage your risk and preserve your account. And you can't do that in the face of uncertain risk or risk uncertainty. And that's what we have. We have a number coming out, an important number as far as the Fed's concerned. How much more longer those guys will be independent and autonomous, I don't know. And the big one for me is the potential speech at 8:50 from Agent Orange there, Mr. Trump. Not that it matters, and I'm not political, but if you're a project manager or in any kind of a project, after you've got it established and your resources assigned, the first thing you want to do is assess any potential risks to your project. And you want to make a risk mitigation plan. You want to be aware of them. The most dangerous thing to any project or endeavor is unrecognized risk. And that's the situation we have whenever those guys are get in front of a microphone. You don't know what they're going to say. And they have a lot of impact on the market. So it's an unrecognized, unqualified risk, and a critical one, I think. Not having anything to do with politics. And here we are. There's our market on open imbalances. We got some talking Feds here. This is the big one. 45 is the PMI. That's out in 3 minutes. And then at 50, we've got Trump speaking to the UN General Assembly. So that ought to be some pretty, it's probably pretty confrontational remarks. He usually does that. He doesn't seem to have much regard for the UN. It doesn't appear to me, anyway. And here we go. Let's refresh this beauty right here. There we are. And this one is a big one down here, right here. Why he's speaking at 11:45? I'm not sure, and what it's obviously scheduled, but maybe it's just a general speech. I don't know. But anytime those top of the food chain guys get near a microphone, I'm on point. Okay. What have I got going on now? I think we're up to speed, aren't we? That's kind of amazing, but yeah. Okay, what I was looking at over here was these reports, but in case you need to see them, here's the PMIs and stuff, the speakers, financial juice, whichever one you want. Both are free, remember, so whatever you choose to use. And the market is worried about it too, right? They're thinking about what the hell's going on also. Right back to the open. And look at last night. It looks like somebody died in the hospital, didn't it? If that was an EKG, you'd be in big trouble. There's our IB high, IB low. I've talked about the value areas high and low as opposed to developing. Here's settlement. I mean, this is no trade environment. There is no meat on the bone here. There's no range any place to trade this. If you think so, you're kidding yourself. And why do I say that? Because Our goal as a trader is not to reach the risk neutral scale. Who the hell wants to put money at risk to scratch? The only person in that case, if you're trading with a brokerage account, the only person in that case that makes any money whatsoever is the commissions to the broker. Boop, stupid. So, in this kind of an environment, you've just got to sit on your hands, be prudent, because what you want to do as a trader, if you're running trading as a business of probabilities, looking for consistent long-term profitability, you must recognize that you only take high probability, previously vetted setups. What do I mean by that? Well, look at right now. There is not a point and a half, a point between any of these major levels. Any of these levels price is very likely to react in the opposite direction. How can you put a trade on anywhere around here and expect to get anything? What is your pre-planned, vetted trade setup and targets? There isn't one. If you think so, you're kidding yourself. You better go back to your vetting process. So what are we going to do? We're going to just watch this stupidness unfold here. There is the no reaction whatsoever to the PMI. That's pretty amazing. Services and manufacturing are both down. Both a miss on both fronts. And now we've got a couple of minutes until the speech starts over here. Boo. And yesterday was just a perfect day for either of the IB continuation. That was an absolutely textbook trade setup, which I unfortunately didn't get on. Busy moving desks so that guys could get in here and do their work. The hell is this? What are these lines? Just gaps, I guess. You see, you got to be real careful. Notice how the mouse pointer changes to a $sign inside this live data column. That means you can enter a trade there. You accidentally click over here, you're in a trade whether you want it to be or not, or you at least have an order on, depending on which way you clicked, right or left, and, shift or not. I made way more than one mistake like that, trying to draw a line or something, or move a target and click on the wrong side of that line, and suddenly had another trade going. I've conditioned myself that the second I make any kind of an error that way, I immediately start smacking flat. I get flat as fast as I can. The last time that happened, which was a couple months ago, I didn't lose one penny. That's how fast I got on that close all thing. Now here's the rub. The mistaken trade, the error trade went on to both targets. So there you go. What are you going to do? Huh? Yeah, that's not. These are years, huh? I'm assuming. COVID, thank you very much. Come out of COVID, thank you even more. And now here we are. Gross domestic product. So I don't know how long this speech is supposed to take, but I would suppose at least an hour, I guess. Jesus. Here we go. Here we go. And then he's got another one this afternoon to some other part of the multilateral meeting at 13:30. Bilateral meeting at 12. What the hell is the difference? And with who? And a bilateral meeting at 10. Wow, Jesus, Christopher Christ. I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed, baby cakes. This is a boy, I'm telling you, am I sorry I missed yesterday. Son of a bitch. Excuse my French, but wow. Mega wow. That is really a bummer. I guess everything's working okay. Let me throw a chat over here and do a chat test. There we go. Well, I haven't, not there we go completely here. I haven't seen it pop up in my. There it is. Wow, that was one hell of a long delay. Use extreme caution today if you're following along here, trading, whatever else. Big delay on YouTube at this moment. From the time I typed that in, there was at least 30 seconds, 45, likely up to a minute delay before that text appeared on the stream. So that is something I have no control over. I would be, just as I am happy to share setups and my backtesting results and all that kind of thing. Share these freely, provide these session prices to anybody that wants them. There's nothing I can do about the YouTube delay. So you could get your ass in a crack in a big hurry if you were trying to follow my trades or follow a trade. Because it could be in and out, before you saw it in the stream. So be sure you're watching your own data. No, this is just pathetic. Buh. Bah. Like Lisa on Bob's Burgers. Man, I tell you, talk about timing being everything. Yesterday was a slam dunk trading day, and today is going to be, at least it's off to a real painful start. Now, I call these kind of days retail soup. Because what they're doing is they're just grinding up all these guys and traders and gals that can't stop clicking that mouse. And, they're just like frogs in a blender, man. They're just grinding them up, making a big batch of retail soup today. And with all of this speaking, I don't know what bilateral, multilateral, I mean, who's he talking to? What are they talking about? You would imagine that they would be tariff-related kinds of things, which has got a huge impact on the market. Of course, nobody needs to be told that, I'm sure, in here. The NQ is coming down substantially. They've been trading straight off on the NQ here. So if you're trading that one, that's a market you might be making some money on. This is two kinds of ridiculous up here. I don't know who that is, but Bon dia, Antonio. Your timing sucks, dude, unless you were trading yesterday and just didn't drop by here. Yesterday was a fantastic, tremendous trading day with a IB continuation perfect. And we're off to a retail soup start this morning. Now, be real careful. We had the PMIs at 8:45, and now we've got POTUS speaking at the UN now, and then 2 or 3 more times in the morning and afternoon. So, yeah, I hope you were around the markets yesterday and got all your money bagged up. I didn't have good timing as far as yesterday goes. I scheduled some workmen to be here thinking Monday would be a typical pain in the ass. And of course, I was unable to do anything except watch in hindsight, and that was real frustrating. The IB high yesterday, or the IB continuation yesterday, was just absolutely textbook. So, yeah, hope you're part of it. And this is just two kinds of horseshit here. Look at this mess. There's no range. We were 12 handles wide all night. Was it a holiday in Europe or England today or yesterday or well today your time? I don't think so, but you would have imagined so by looking at this mess. Look at the overnight. There's the overnight session. What is going on? Jesus Christ. My phone is clicking and banging, and it's really, really pretty amazing. And today is not off. I mean, this RTH session isn't off to a much better start. Yeah, I didn't think so either. But also be careful. I'm sure you don't pay attention to my screens for trading or whatever. But big delays this morning with YouTube. Yeah, so disappointed about yesterday. The good part is, as we know, the market is a continual stream of opportunities. Here's something to be aware of. Look at this session was just chopped off without any continuation to taper or to any kind of a normal conclusion to the auction. Over here, you can see it on the market profile. We did have good taper to the downside, but nothing on the upside. And that would typically be repaired. I don't know, looking at last night and today, I don't know, but you can see, look at that. Look at yesterday. Wow, huh? Mm-hmm. And there was the most perfect IB continuation you ever saw in your life, and it just went up 20 or 30 handles. So, but there's no continuation or actual conclusion to the auction up here. So that will be addressed at some point, in my opinion. Maybe today. I don't know what's going to happen with all this freaking news going around. He's talking now at the United Nations General Assembly, so that could likely be a lot of caustic stuff. Then he's got bilateral meetings, then multilateral meetings, then UN reception. Wow, I don't know what the hell. And there's some surprising kind of also there's, sprinkled in here is a Fed Powell speaking at 11:35, Fed Chair Powell. So today is a real high risk environment, I would say. But, use your own. Let your conscience be your guide. And then what are you going to do today? What are we doing here? We're 48 to 56, 8 handles wide so far in the first 30 minutes. 8 handles in the first 30 minutes. And here's the overnight. And of course, yesterday they couldn't get enough of that upside. Beats me. Beats me. I know I'm disappointed I missed yesterday. Boy, that was about as clean and clear as you could get. Richard was back. Got a couple new people dropping in. Richard had quite a road trip. He went to Germany and Switzerland and France, and he had a pretty good 2 weeks, it sounds like. And boy, did he pick a good week to stay away last week, huh? With rollover, CPI, Fed rate. I forgot the economic number on Thursday, and then triple witching on Friday. Wow. That's why I thought yesterday be a good day to have this work scheduled there. And boy, was I wrong. Okay. It sucks. Completely sucks. So here we go. Oh, I'm going to fall out the bottom now a little bit. Interesting pile of liquidity that came in here, eh? I'm still trying to maintain my usual setup. 1 point high, full context in view until I'm anticipating interacting. But I was able to make considerable headway with the back testing. I have now got the staged rules functioning completely properly and have built up now both. I have both IB failure and IB continuation on both sides of from both the IBs, high and low. So I can get cracking with that and not spend all this time in real time here. I'm so over this thing. I want to get this trade over with, roll these accounts over the hump, and get on with it. This is ridiculous. But it's what you have to do, you know. Nobody said work was fun, right? I wonder what the smallest range the ES has ever had in an opening range on that first 1 hour for the IB. We're at about 9 handles here now. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know what we'll do here. I guess we'll turn on some music. Let's dance. What do you think? Ah, boy. Boy, oh boy. And all of the economic numbers continue to be negative, hot, you know. And all these people keep foaming at the mouth about rate cuts. This Moran guy is the new Fed guy, was confirmed Tuesday and has had about 4 or 5 speeches since then, and very vocal. If you have nothing better to do with yourself, look up Stephen Moran, Mar-a-Lago Accord, and you'll be real surprised. I hope I was not muted here. Maybe I was. What I was talking about was the there's the overnight. Here's the day. Here's this current RTH so far. We're at about 9 handles wide in the first 45 minutes. And we've got speaking going on all day. Well, here we are now. Another exciting, fun-filled, flatline EKG day we got going on here. Well, I guess I can talk the initial balance. We are approaching the IB statistic, which is, as remember the pre-market, the initial balance, low and high, are simply mark the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there is to that. Now, there's a pretty phenomenal statistic associated with that has been known forever, I think, and a lot of history involved. And what that statistic says is that there is a greater than 97.9% probability in all 4 open types: higher outer range, higher in range, lower in range, lower outer range. In other words, gap up, gap down, and the 2 insides. Here's where we open today. Greater than 97.9% probability that the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. That's one hell of a statistic. And here we have just exceeded that IB low a little bit. Now remember, it's not, the statistic is not set yet because it's not 9:30 Central Standard Time. So as this dips below here in a little bit, this flag and this line will come down to reflect the IB low, as they should. And that brings me to a real important thing, which is absolutely, I recommend, do not trade toward the statistic. I have got real, some statistical data from my own trading that says that's a real bad thing to do. And what do I mean by that? Well, okay, we're below the VWAPs, we're below the POCs, we're below all these levels, and we're gonna take out this IB low, I'm sure of it. So you get short. Well, it's not at all uncommon that we will trade up and take the IB statistic at the top side. So do not trade to a statistic toward the statistic. Wait until it has been set. It is in fact active. And then even after that, the setups, the 2 setups involved with the IB high and low, come on, are only valid after the IB statistic has been achieved. See what would happen now if you were a big, antsy pants, and you got, let's just call it 4,700, and you were trying to trade down here. Well, one more point, you're stopped out. So, there you go. after the statistic, after 9:30, which is another couple of minutes, then these will no longer move lower or higher. And if price exceeds one or the other, that statistic will then have been satisfied. At that point, you can anticipate, I will anticipate one of the IB trades. And in this case, I can tell you right now, I'm anticipating doing nothing. And here is exactly why. There are two initial balance trades. One is the IB failure, which basically price comes down, takes the IB, let's use the low as an example, takes the IB low, can't get any lower, and mean reverts back to the center, back to the mean, outside in, outside in. And that is suggested, that is the suggested trade in a balanced environment. And you can't ask for a much more perfectly balanced market than we have so far this morning. Look at this thing. That's about as perfect a kurtosis and distribution as you would want. Okay. The other trade is that we come down, take the statistic using the IB low again, come back across it, can't get back to the center, and continue on. That trade is suggested by a directional market. So here's what we have so far today. We've already looked at what we had last night. I've shown, talked about that enough or anything. And here's what the market is doing so far today, suggesting an IB failure trade. And there's no way I'm interested in taking that because there's no range. There's no meat on the bone. So I'm going to stand down until something changes. Or the session ends and we start again tomorrow. That's how it works. That sucks, but that's it. Your goal as a trader, remember, is not to scratch. Your goal is to take profit. So, I have a thing in my trade plan, or an element in my trade plan. It's not a real hard, fast line anymore as it used to be, but it's called the range requirement. And that says that there must be an unobstructed path to my risk-neutral scale in order for an entry to be valid. Everything else can be valid about the entry and the setup, but if there's no range, I'm not taking the trade. What would that mean? Well, here is 47, say. If you're quick, say 46.5. So what's 3 points? 49.5, right? That's just on the cusp of the requirement, because you've got developing value area high, previous close, all these levels stacked above you. Does that suggest that even once you get scaled, that you've got the possibility? Remember that in my most basic 2-lot risk neutral package, which I am currently using, the profit target is 12 points, 48 ticks. Well, let's say we got long down here at 47, 57, 59. We got to make an all-time new high and a new high of day in order to get just to the profit target. In this environment, does that look like a likely probability to you? It doesn't to me. It sucks. Believe me, you can't imagine how much it sucks for me, but it does. But on the other hand, I'm not going to chase. I'm not going to FOMO. You know, I'm going to be a disciplined business person. This is my business. This is not a video game or gambling. You know, there you are. And I'm not saying that somebody isn't trading this and making money. And if they are, good. But that's not, doesn't fit my trade plan. And I'm only looking at the ES. What did we have with the NASDAQ? About 30. We only got about 30 handles in the NASDAQ, for crying out loud. So yeah, this is about akin to watching paint dry, right? Or the grass grow, or any one of those. Pick your expression of choice. We're going to take our IB statistic now. We just did. So we've taken the IB statistic on the low side by about a tick. Okay. So once again, 98.7% probability has been satisfied. Am I a big enough boy to think that I'm going to get an IB a mean reversion or an IB failure back here? No, thank you. I don't like that trade. It's especially in this environment. There's, as I've just, been talking about it enough, there's no range here. There's no meat on the bone after you even get this. Should you achieve risk neutral scale, where the hell are you going? It is true, it's a fact, Jack, that the market rotates or is in balance, auction, however you want to look at it, a greater percentage of the trading days than it is directional or a trend day. That's for sure. But in this kind of a, 7-8 handle range, with all these levels stacked up here, I don't think there's any probability that there's not a positive edge or expectancy that I have in this trade. So, assuming that I would be interested in trading now, which I repeat, emphatically that I am not, how would I be dealing with this? I keep my session in view and I keep myself at 1 point high, right? So now that, let's pretend I'm expecting to interact with the market, I can zoom in. I can zoom out, widen out here, and actually watch for the setup and the trigger. Okay, and I'm not suggesting that if you take the IB failure, which is being set up almost perfectly here, we got 56 stops out, we didn't get any place, we've traded back up here. Now, if they don't get below here and they continue on, that would be an IB failure. Where the hell are you going? This is 46.5 and that's 49.5. You got to get right back to the developing value area low up here in order to be scaled. We don't know what's being said at the UN. That could greatly affect the market that we're having, the auction that's going on now. And I just don't think it's a high probability environment. And I don't think that entering the IB continuation trade is a smart move either. Here's the IB, here's the overnight low. Now, if you thought to yourself, well, look at what happened yesterday. Are we going to take some profit here? Are we going to, get through this low volume area down to this next distribution to try to, reset some of these longs? That's very possible. But that's a lot of ifs, right? That's a lot of ifing going on there, baby. For me. And in a little while, I'll start playing with my backtesting, probably. So let's see if the IB failure works out. We're going to get there. Maybe. Developing value area low is snuck back down. You see how price reacts right to those prices? So now you've been sweating bullets. Oh no, I'm sorry, you're already stopped out. Yeah, you got stopped out right here. Depending on where you got in. If you got in at the IB, you got stopped out here. If you got in up here, all right, you still have not attained the risk neutral scale. All right. So now what happened? Well, we're still fussing around here, huh? Funny how they just trade down to this low volume node and immediately put on the brakes right at the ETH low. Funny, huh? Not funny, haha, but you know what I mean. Interesting. I'm still looking pretty close at this big, flat, unfinished auction up here at the top. I think that's going to come back for more all-time highs. It's just magic. But hey, you know, it is what it is. I would certainly expect that. I'll not be surprised by it. Let's put it that way. So a couple of IB continuations haven't worked out that great, nor has an IB failure or two. It's a real, you want to take a handful of stops in a row just to prove whether you're right or wrong. I'm not sure that's the right way to go. It isn't for me anyway. I'm trying to only focus on A plus. When you squeeze it down to 1 point levels and the full context, it's kind of self-explanatory, isn't it? Okay, the IB failure. Now you've been scaled. I guess, assuming you got down there on the IB low. And it may just chew through all of that stuff and get up there and do some work on that top end from yesterday. Or it may just run into more headwind than humanly possible and go the other direction. Who the heck knows? Okay, I see it was the oops jam into the mid and the VWAP, and here we go back down again. Oh yeah, well, I'm telling you, this is not an ideal target-rich environment for A-plus setups. If you got something else to do, I'd suggest go do it. Or, you know, trading related, fine. Otherwise, it never hurts to watch. Any moments you spend in front of the screens or in the live market can be valuable for you. Or I should say for us, because I'm doing the same thing. And you know, let's see, what time is it? Well, I imagine we're still talking over here. Well, he just concluded at 10 o'clock. Trump finished his remarks at the UN General Assembly. He just says random crap. I mean, we've used tariffs as a defense mechanism, and gas prices will be much lower in a year. Well, okay. That's kind of like saying, you know what happens after death. You know? Oh, crazy. I just don't think those things wash out. That's the problem. What do we have now? Well, we have, 11:35. Oh, no, wait. Now he's in the middle of a bilateral meeting at 10:10. Then Powell at 11:35. Then Trump again at noon. Oh, my God. Then Trump again at 13:30. Oh. Not that these will be publicized speeches or whatever, but as my experience is, there's always a bunch of reporters and microphones, and any of those are an opportunity for something to happen. Good or bad. I mean, positive or negative. Remember that the market is binary. It only goes up or down. The outcome of the very next trade is 50-50. It's nothing more than a coin flip. And the key is to get within, outside of random distribution. In my opinion. What are we doing here? 43.56. Holy Christ, 13 handles wide. 2 hours in. Wow. That is very definitely one gigundous batch of retail soup. Because you can bet there's a bunch of those. I can't keep myself from over trading guys that are just probably wearing out the mouse. They're clicking that thing so much. Picking the tops, picking the bottoms. Wow. Am I right? Yeah, I am. 40, 44, 54. Yeah. Jesus criminy Christ. They might as well have not even opened up today. Leave it alone. And we have, and none of it has been too far from the open, right? Wow. Okay, what can I do constructive? Let's see now. What is our volume up to? I'll bet it's real low. Let's check. 74% at this time of average. We did get a hell of a spike on the ATR from our opening down here at about 2 and change up to damn near 5. Now we're back around the 3.5 mark. Okay. Let's see what the backtesting is looking like. What kind of progress have I made over here? Well, first of all, we need to get the day in view. This is the day. I made some changes here to these charts. Which I realize doesn't mean anything to anybody, but it's at least a way for me to keep in contact with the market and not just stand here making up stupid stuff to say for the sake of the stream. This is the backtesting engine and front end at IRT. Been working on a series of IB trades, which, shouldn't be a big surprise considering that's what I've been vetting manually, and I'm so over that I don't know whether to flip or fly. So now we're at a situation where I have successfully coded up the sequential rules. My methodology for doing this backtesting stuff and the coding for it is that it's not, I use the term coding like I'm some sort of a whiz bang, but it's not what it is. Each one of these is a rule, and each rule can have no action or a specific action, like the short rule. Sell short 2 contracts at what B pound entry at my target, or whatever it is. The way the rules are coded up are like that. So there is a bit of it code involved, but not really. And what I was striving to do for a while there, and kind of felt like I was beating my head against the wall, it seemed like. A logical progression of rules, starting with now Rod and some of us in Static had come up with IB failure is where I started. Now I'm at the IB continuations. Simple rules. 1, the IB statistic is taken. 2, the price pulls back to a specific range. 3, price trades back up to within 1 point either side of whichever IB you're working from, high or low, depending on whether you're going, which way you're going, long or short. Simple, right? But it can happen. Those rules can happen, and what I needed to address was how they can be recorded and stored, that they have been successfully accomplished over a long period of time, maybe the whole day. And that's what I've been able to do now. So what this chart over here does is just enables me to visually confirm what the hell is going on with the, first of all, and also I use it to work out the rules and the specifics of each rule. These lines that you see here are strictly for my visual reference. And this chart can also be used to just manually do a backtest. Just scroll back and see if that happened and how many times it did and what were the outcomes, right? Which is this long, slow way of doing it. But anyway. So the way these work is this right here is the IB high, and this is the IB low. Now if I go a little wider, maybe easier to see. Let's get over here. And let's go up a little, make them a little bigger and a little wider. There you go. Now, what I've done is there's the IB high and there's the IB low. For the IB failure, another thing, the lines only start drawing at 9:30 when the IB has set. So if I see some signal or some trade going on out here, I know there's something wrong. Because nothing should happen until the IB is set. So then I can start thinking about the rules. Well, what's the first one? It's the IB statistic is taken out. Now, how does that happen? Well, the way I have it coded is that price is coming up, so the bars, let me start over. The IB statistic is this bar right here. It opened lower than the IB high and closed above it. And the bar previous to it opened lower than opened lower than the low of the signal bar, and the high was below the IB high. That's the first signal. So this bar right here would be the first signal. The next signal, which doesn't exist for an IB failure, would be that price would trade back to within this range. In the case of IB continuation, the price trades up to within this range. Then the next and final trigger is that let's stick with the IB failure down here, and then we trade back up to within 1 point above or below the IB high, and at that point that's the trigger, and we go short if it's the IB failure. I'm trying to trade down. Other side of the coin, if we trade up in here and it comes back to within 1 point either way, we go long and trade that way. Those are how the rules have to work. And then, of course, you can adjust the rules however you want to, but that's the way it works. And it's working fine now for both failure and continuation, and in both, around both IBs. These lines have absolutely nothing to do with the rule. They give me a visual reference to confirm the rule is happening at the right spot as it's been written. And there's also something you can do, which is push the system to the chart, which is here, and then you'll see the rules graphed out. Well, you'll see the trade entry, the T1 and the T2 graphed out, and the result, whether it's win or loss. Or you can do a backtest, which you set up like this, 100 days, let's say. I want to know ES, 2 contracts, 100 days, RTH session only, okay. And I want to see what the backtest is on IB continuation trades. Boop. So there you go. It took 3 seconds. The net profit is $6,287.50. Took a total of 80 trades, 51 long, 29 short. We had a bias, blah, blah, blah. Let's get over here. Now this is an important page for me. Maximum loss, which would be the stop. IRT, I don't know how to, I'm not sure that I can, or that it can be changed to reporting ticks rather than dollars, so I'm used to it. A full stop's $300 on a 2-lot. A full double target is $750, so in this case it had slippage of a tick, positive. Of 80 trades, we had 21 winners and 22 losers. What is that? It's 43. 43 minus 80, that's 37. 37 trades were scratched. And then, if you want to be, then the real meat and potatoes happens here. Come on, get down there. There's each trade. There's each trade by day. Ooh, let's get up here to the start. There's each trade by day from May 5th. At 9:48, we entered a long. We got T1 and we got stop. So there's a scratch. And there are the prices, and there's the contracts, and there's everything else. Here is a situation where we had a long, and we got T1 and we got T2, $750. Here is where we gained that slippage of one contract because of this thing here, which is a little puzzling to me why that happens, and I'm trying to sort that out or get to the bottom of it. It may be fine, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of why it happened at that spot. Mostly, here's another long to both targets. I don't see any shorts here. There's one. There's a short T1 and a stop. I don't see any short winners. Come on. IRT issues, memory issues, especially when the market's, when we're trading. Typically, I always just do this away from trading hours. I haven't seen one stop. Oh, there we go. Here's a short on July 31st. Oh, my son's birthday. How cute. At 12:07, we entered a short, and we got 12:09. We took T1, and 12:23, we took T2 for a full thing. That's how it works. And then the next thing I need to do is pull this off to a CSV file and then graph it. And you can do this. I think I already. No, here you go. This shows the change. This is MFE, MAE, and the change in balance as you go forward. This would be, I think, what I would plot. Maybe not. So you could plot, so you could actually graph the result of the backtest. Yeah, it does. The balance continually grows, so you could graph your net here. That's the next move. I mean, that's one of the next moves. So that's how that works. And the IB failure, the other way around. Now, if you want to push these to the chart, send to chart. Okay, now what do we got? Let's do that. And let's see what we got for. Here's one. So here is a trade. And this is an IB short, right? This is this is the IB low. So this is an isn't it? Yes. This is the IB low going short. So this is an IB continuation trade. Oh, it has to be. That's what I'm looking at. I forgot I didn't have any IB failures on here. So how does this work? Well, this is the way. Come on, you son of a bitch. As of yet, I don't have each rule signaled. But here is the first. There's the IB stat taken right there. There's the beginning of 9:30. There's our statistic. Okay, it's been exceeded. That's rule number one. Rule number two, we close inside inside of this pullback area. And then our entry is this candle, because our high got equal to or within one tick either side of the IB low. There's the entry. There's the scale for T1. And there's the stop on this bar. Now, what I've done is I've plotted this green line is the T1 target, and this red line is the stop. Again, meaningless, except for me to visually verify. That's how you do it. I mean, that's how I do it. And then I always want to remember to take that off of there so it doesn't just keep going. One day I was doing this over the weekend and I didn't think about it. On a Tuesday or Wednesday, I opened it up and the current day was plotting and this thing was just graphing along happy as you please. Now, I was pretty tickled that I hadn't set this up to actually trade, but that is exactly what you could do. This would trade automatically. It would trade this trading system automatically had I turned that functionality on. That's not my point, but you know, the minute you do this send to chart, then this signal is being worked continually by this chart in the live market. And yeah, now we're getting a little room down now. We're at 17 handles. Ooh. 2 hours and change in and 17 handles wide. Okay. So that's the progress I've made with backtesting. Now what I'm able to do is the next step that I might consider is to combine both the IBC and IB failure so that you run one back test and it gives you all of the IB results as I would be having trading real time live, right? Because I don't differentiate whether it's just going to be IB failure or IB continuation. I'm just looking for the IB based on, and I make my initial decision on which way I think it's going to go, or the most likely anticipated move by the context of the day so far, which is now we're starting to creep lower, right? We're starting to get some context lower. At this point, there's no way I would have chosen to go counter trend this rotational day. Now we're gaining some directionality down here. If it pulls back up in here, you might think one could think about an IB continuation trade if the complexion of the day has changed. A lot of ifs in that sentence. And that's the more ifs in the sentence, the less confidence in the, or likely the outcome, I guess. Less likely the positive outcome. And this is maximum boring. If you think it's boring on your side of the stream, imagine me. Now they're getting a little direction out of it now. All right. And I'm so pleased. I'm guessing somebody said something. I wonder what this is all about. My first reaction anymore is to go to the news. Wow. Quite a dump we're having here. I suppose all prompted by between Trump's UN remarks and Fed Powell, perhaps. Apparently his speech was pretty rank, according to the... I'm just reading FT here. Well, we've certainly put in another 12-to-1 stat here today. We'll see if it holds up. It's funny how this I'm working on my back test here because there's nothing I can do today. I want to get this out of the way so I can actually be trading again. This is crap, if you know what I mean. I'm working on the IB stats, right? On the IB stat trades to vet both of them. Well, I can't do anything down here. This has got nothing to do with the IB stats. So it's just, besides feeding into FOMO, it's certainly a pisser. And let me just say, the monkey mind, right, is a real powerful thing. Whether whether you're a creationist or a evolutionists, I think both camps agree that humans have been at this a while, developing for a long time. I mean, just from the fossil record, how can you argue? Consequently, things are baked into our wiring, into our DNA, that were developed and reinforced through selective adaptation and, survival of the fittest kind of an idea, so that, and that's how we got here. So those things are baked in for, they served us well in the past. For example, 1,000 years ago, if you were in the Kalahari somewhere and you saw the grass wiggling, Well, if you hauled ass, you were probably, took off out of there, you were probably okay. And that fear or, fear of risk enabled you to stay alive and to pass your genes on. Somebody who didn't have that fear went over there and kicked the grass and ended up being something to lunch. Well, they didn't pass on their genes. So that's how we got where we are. And don't fall into the fallacy that you're going to eliminate these things, these tendencies, FOMO, desire to be right, all of the psychological things that come from what I call in your monkey mind. Tom B calls them, Jekyll and Hyde. He calls them Hyde is whispering to me. Same idea. You're never going to get over that. What you need to do, this is what I do. I'm very, very aware when and always on the lookout for them. And when those emotions and that adrenaline starts zooming through, or that whatever it is, chemical starts racing through me, I recognize that, and I am very conscious not to act on it or to try to rise above it with rational thought. That's really important. 2 days, no, not quite. I was going to say 2 days in a row, the 12-to-1 stat has worked out, but it hasn't quite yet. We gotta drop down below this low here in order to have that statistic be meaningful. So I'm going to get back to the reason for the monkey mind speech here is that it's just, yeah, I'm pissed, I want this vetting situation over with. I'm not going to stop doing it. I'm not going to go against my plan and trade anyway. I'm going to stick to it, but I really want to get it over with so that I can move on to trading these opportunities and when they present themselves. That's the point. And I'll get back to working on the backtesting here, which is what I'm doing. What I'm doing over here. Why isn't this working? Huh. What's going on, Goofy? I don't know what. I can't seem to switch my monitors here. Okay, what have I done now? I bet I have a window open. That's pretty weird. I have no idea. I have a hotkey here. I use hotkeys, my arrow keys, to switch back and forth on these monitors, and all of a sudden, it ain't working. And I don't know why. Oh, now I got the next thing to figure out. Great, magical. Magical, dagical. Something's happened to this keyboard. I'm not getting number lock or anything else. That's the problem. It's the keyboard, not the computer. I wonder if there's a dialog box open here somewhere. Huh. Well, that's a giant pisser. That's never happened before. That's a new one. It's getting something. Well, we'll try the official unplug and replug trick. Well, that seems to have done it. Huh. Go figure. I don't know. Okay, what was I doing? Oh, yes. Backtest in 500 days. And there we are. What I wanted to look at was... There's my profit. It's a 32% profitability and a profit to risk to reward ratio of profit factor is 2.16. In other words, that's 2.16 R factor. Less than I expected, actually. Total of trades is 343, and we've got 110 winners and 106 losers. That means that's 216. So whatever that is or something here. Where do we go? There. So we've got 343 minus 216. We've got 127 scratch. What I'm going to look into here is Rod and a couple of the trading colleagues here. I've asked the question, well, what happens if we don't do the scale? What happens if we just put all, both contracts at the target? My thinking is it's going to be dismal because 127 of these scratch, meaning that we achieved, I can show you actually, meaning that we achieved T1 at one point. Okay, we achieved, here's a long, we achieved T1, and then it stops out. So if you had not taken this 150 or this risk neutral scale, this would be a full stop. This would be a full loss. These are the individual trades back to the October 23rd of 2023. IBC trades only. Now the next question would be, do you, instead of the trade setup configuration that I have, which is risk neutral scale and then 48 ticks at the T2, do you bring that to say split the difference, so that you get right, you've got to make at least 60 ticks in order to have it be profitable, because that's what is the profitability on my bracket and my risk neutral package as it is now. So let me think about this a minute. If I eliminated the T1, as Rod wanted me to check it out for him, And in other words, have both contracts at one target. I think it would be dismal because you would have 127 or whatever it is. You'd have 127 stops, full stops, which had been scratched. So instead of 206, you'd have 333 stops and only 110 winners. Now, if you did that, if you had that double 110 times 2, because those winners would be 2 contracts instead of 1, it's not really 1.5, because there is 12 ticks, there's 60, so this would be, maybe the best way to think of it is in ticks. Instead of 60, you'd have 96. So you'd have 110 at 96. Well, let's see what this is. You'd have 10,560 ticks winners. And you would have, what did I say it was? 233 times 24 ticks. That would be 592 ticks. Stop. So you'd make about is that right? Can that be possibly right? There you go. You'd make 4,968 ticks of winners, and the rest would be losers. So say 5,000 ticks, right? No, maybe. Let's see if I'm doing the math right here. If I have 110. That metric ought to be somewhere else around here, isn't it? Well, we have Interesting. That's 6,600. Ticks. And the stops are $1,325. So that's 5,275 positive ticks. And 2.3. Wrong. Gotta be, something's wrong. Something's completely wrong. If we only get a gross profit of 38,900, how the hell did that work? Oh, these are trades. These aren't ticks. What am I doing? This is 110 times 60. It's 6,600. There you go. And this is 106 times 24 ticks. That's 25, right? Minus. So you get 4,656 positive ticks. Hope this works. No, still wrong. Something's goofy here somewhere. How can that be possible? Well, I'll have to monkey around with this at night here to see just exactly. What's going on. The way this is distributed here is because I have scratch trades. There's 110 long. Winners. There's 106 losers, and there's 343 total trades. So there's 126 or whatever it is, scratch trades. So they've just take those out of the equation. So that's 216, 343 minus 216. There's 127 scratch trades. Now, if I wanted to keep this exactly even, saying that we had this many winners, we would have to add 127 to 206, right? Which is 133. 233. So there would be 233 losing trades. So let's do that over here. Where'd it go? Oh, okay. At the top. I don't know why this works like this. It's so irritating. You go down here and it jumps up to the top. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. So 233 losing trades times 24 ticks. If this math works out, 233 times 24 is 592 ticks. $55.92 ticks at $12.50 a tick. Okay. And 110 winners. That means they went to both. Means it goes to both. And our win rate would be 48 ticks times 2, right? 96 ticks. 96 times 110 is 10,560. And what's that work out to? 10,560 times 12.5 is 132,000. And this one up here is $55.92 times 12.5 is 69,000. So 69,000 minus 132 is $62,000. Is that correct? Does it really make that difference? By removing the scale and putting both at the take profit target, does it really essentially double the profitability? Wow, that's pretty amazing. I'm gonna have to work that out in the code, which I will do. It's pretty simple, I think. Because all I really need to do is change my entry models, because this is where the code comes in, right? So all I need to do is make this 51.48 the same as 52 is 48, and there you go. I don't know whether that'll work or not, actually, but I think so. I'm not going to do it now, though. Man, look at this mess. Well, that's a real disappointment. Now, up here, essentially a barcode, a bar trade, which is what Rod and Company call a bar trade. It's basically a breakout and retest. I don't find very much luck with that trade because of the ambiguity around it. Where's the consolidation? Where's the breakout? Where's the retest? Is this it? Is this it? Is this the consolidation and there's the breakout and the retest? And which way is it going to go? At this point in time, there's what the day looks like. That's a rotational day. That's not suggesting, to me, it's not suggesting direction, a directional day. Now here, let's go here. Is this suggesting an IB continuation here? Or mean reversion? Which is what we've been doing all day, and we have the all-time highs above us. Higher time frame context is definitely up. Now we break away from it and never come back. So the IB trade's never on the table for the rest of the day. To me. That's a pretty special. Let's see if I can do this. Alright. Boom. Boom. Oh, come on, boom. You're not booming with me here. Boom. Alright, let's take a look at this and see if I'm completely nuts or not. I think all I need to do is change this to 48 ticks. I could be way crazy, but maybe not. Modify rule, that's something you have to do with this program. And then I'll do the longs. It doesn't like doing this when I'm in the middle of the trading day. It gets balled up. Now I could automate all this stuff where I could just set these levels with VPOC numbers that are changed by buttons up here on the chart or wherever, but I'm not going to do that. And also I can do something which is called optimize. Once I have this all set up, I can optimize it, and you can actually forward test with this program. The way you do that is, I've set up a backtest now, right, for 500 days, but I go back to beginning the day that I want to start, and let's say I call it January 1st, 2025. So I backtest over all the data back past January 1st or April 1st, whatever, pick one, you know. And then optimize the strategy. At that point, I then change the backtest to start at April or January, wherever I ended the backtest, until present, and that validates or walks forward the optimized strategy over recent current data that wasn't involved in the optimization or the backtest. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. There we go. Now we got that, didn't we? Let's check. Oh yeah, by just a tick. We got the IB 12-to-1 stat by a tickaroonie. And let's see what happens here. I'm hoping this doesn't blow up. Save. Save everything. Okay, keep fingers crossed. That looks okay. Less money. It comes out less. Look at there. This is exactly right, however. That's exactly what I had calculated manually, huh? So that does work. Well, that's kind of surprising, actually, to me. So here is the back test with no risk neutral scale. The number of trades is exactly as expected. It's 238 losing trades and 105 profitable trades, just as before. So that's confirms for me that everything's working properly as far as the signals go. There's the total number of trades, which is also should be consistent. And there's the profit, gross profit. It's $1,000 less. $1,500 less right here. And profit per trade is less. Profit per trade is $109, and profit per trade is $113 on the winners. That's pretty weird. Now, I wonder why there's wait, that would be, that's not right. Yeah. The anomalies that I think I'm seeing here are, for example, the largest winning trade. $96 ticks. What's 96 ticks times 12? Yeah. Where'd my thing go? Here we go. Well, look at there. Exactly right. The losing trade is higher than it should have been. This should only be 300. But it's pretty close here. So that's, there you go. Huh? I kind of was thinking, I think this is going to be really surprising to some of the folks, my colleagues, because they've been pretty excited about the fact that it's a much more profitability by Rod in particular. He's traded a risk neutral setup for about 4 years, and about, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago, he got the idea that he was confident enough in his own trading that he would be able to identify and only take A+ setups. So he switched from the risk neutral strategy or scale and threw that other contract over on at his target, which is just what I've done programmatically over here. And he was of the belief that he was making a lot more money that way. I don't know if I'm missing something here or what, to be honest with you. I'm going to have to think about that pretty hard. But the math is, I mean, the math works out perfectly. There was 110 winners, as we already knew we had. There's the total trades remains the same. So what's happened is the losers have been increased to 237. In this case, they rounded it up to 238, I guess. And the winners stay the same. And it turns out being a losing proposition. However, we do have an average win rate or a profit factor of 3.48 to 1, still at 30%. Wow. I think I'll wait to burst their bubble till the trading day is done. Oh, we're at the power hour. What am I doing here? I'm sorry. I'm all busy focusing on the backtesting thing because I'm. I get what you could say I'm doing here is I am aware of the FOMO aggravation and everything that I'm having with this big trend move down, almost the opposite of yesterday up, right? And not being able to trade it because of my commitment to finishing the vetting process for the IB trades. So rather than stand here and just get pissed, I want to do something productive. So I'm working on the back testing. I changed that code around and I'm exploring these things that I was curious about and that Rod and others had asked me about. So there you go. Now that's a polite way of saying snooze you lose. I'm sorry that I missed. We've rolled over into the power hour now. We got about an hour to go. Look at how these IBs have not moved. Well, a little bit, but not very damn much, huh? All frickin' day. I want to point out to you that this is the session open. This is why having these session, Mr. Blue Boy over here, this blue line, which is just a visual cue for me, I can glance left, and if I see this blue line, I know I've got the whole session in here. Look at this. We had one movement. Well, right here at the beginning, a little hick-doodly, dipsy-doodle like normal, and that thing has been flat the whole freaking day. What does that mean? That means that we have not traded more than 10,925 contracts at any one price level all day. There's some close. There's 8. There's a 96 down here. They could take that out and bring this down right here. 96. They could bring it down to 6708. Well, whatever it is. 68, I guess it is. 6708 half. You see what I'm doing, right? It's just, remember that the POC is simply the marker, or simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. 10,925 right there at 52. Where's the closest one? The closest one that I spot is right here at 96. and that's 67.08 half. If they trade back up here and they get 700 contracts on this, oh, they get 1,000 contracts over here. No, more than that. It's going to need about 2,000 contracts, actually, or 1,500. Then this POC will migrate down here for the first time all day. But that's where it'll be, and that's how it works. It's not magic. It's not, well, it is magic, you know, secret sauce and stuff like that. Obviously, it's not. It's math, and it's probabilities, and it's statistics, and that's the end of it. And so, what happened to those other guys? We're all excited about, well, boy, I'll be here tomorrow and I'll see you and all that stuff. I don't know. I don't quite understand what goes on, but yeah. It's nice to have people to talk to, you know, chat with and whatever. Oh, back. Yep, they just reversed the order from yesterday. They took it from right here, right now, the low, all the way up to the top, opened it up there, and took it all the way straight back down again today. Pretty crazy. That's called speculation. Do you think that here you go. Look at that. Do you think that there was any change in perception of the value of the S&P? Absolutely not. This is 100% pure speculation. Take it up, take it down. Market goes up to go down, market goes down to go up. I spent quite a bit of time talking about that yesterday to do with zero sum in a zero sum environment, especially to do with game theory. Yeah. That's how price works, right? That's how the market works. Now we've traded over this. This was our naked volume point of control from the 19th. We tagged that one. What I do here with my workflow is that when a level's been revisited, now I don't want to start a new one. When a level's been revisited, I change the text, the foreground color, whatever you want to call it, to black. And then I know it's been revisited, and then I can take it off my charts for tomorrow. Well, we tagged out pretty much all of the statistics on the way down. I didn't put them down here for previous low. Let's see what that was out of curiosity. Okay, previous low. Low can you go? Previous low is 35.1%. Right there. Here it is right here. Boy, there's a big delay on YouTube today. Use extreme caution. Or whatever. Look at this mess. I can't even, it's getting such a wide range. I can't keep it all contained at $1 here, or point. I don't know why I always say dollar. Anyway, you know what I mean. Well, this is pretty darn interesting to me, this backtesting. I am pretty interested about that, and it really is encouraging to me because I am real fond of, as the name of the channel suggests, the risk neutral methodology. And for me to discover that removing the risk neutral methodology and keeping everything else constant, you lose about $1,000 or more, actually. It's 3,800 and it's 3,700, about $1,000, $1,200. And the profit per trade is less. Obviously, the stops increase by the amount of the scratches, which occur in the right here. There's only 106 stops because there are 126 scratches or neutral trades, where that so here's another way of looking at that. Having the risk neutral scale prevented 126, 128, whatever it is, stops, full stops, which from a psychological point of view is a pretty heavy hit because you've got 110 wins and 200 and wherever the hell it went. Hold on, nobody move. Hold it, I got it. So you've got 238 full stops and you've got 105 winners. That's pretty, that's a psychological hit to me, frankly. That would be a psychological hit for me. And that's keeping everything else even, equal. Now I will review these trades and see if there's something stupid I missed, but I'm sure there's not, because everything else is equal. Total number of trades means all of the rules are firing just as they should be. And that's correct. Now, if you start tweaking the rules, well, that's a different story, isn't it? That's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. I frankly thought it was going to be the other. I thought it was going to be the other way around, and I know this is going to surprise several of my trading colleagues who think they're getting way ahead of the game by not doing this. So I'm going to have to make sure that I have all my ducks in a row and that I'm not overlooking something simple before I bring this forward on Static. Rod asked me yesterday to be sure and do this exercise and report, share the results, which I of course will do. I share everything there, the rules and everything else, so I've got nothing to hide. As I said yesterday, if you stop and think about the volumes of trade these people that, well, I won't, that's proprietary. I'm not going to tell you my setup. Like 6 people are going to change or negate the, arb that or arb that edge out. I'm pretty sure that's not going to be the case. Some people really like to, in my opinion, some people really are legends in their own minds, and really want to have put a lot more importance on themselves or what they do than is maybe warranted, I think. And I'm sure pissed about not being able to get on this trade. Wouldn't that have been a lovely little... Now, yesterday, I missed this perfect IB continuation trade to the upside. I was busy moving my desk, helping these guys that were here yesterday to do whatever you call it for termites. And now today there was no... You could look back in the rearview mirror and say, oh yeah, here's the IB, here you go, here's the IB failure or IB continuation trade. It's at the correct time. The IB statistic was taken out back over here. But my problem was, and this is a problem I've recognized around my my trading setup mentally, my checklist and stuff, which is always begins with the high time frame, and the context. That's why I'm so key on always having the full day's range to make sure I have a full understanding of context. But the typical setup or the expected trade on the IB, one of the 2 IB trades in a rotational environment is to be rotational. The market tends to stay doing what it's doing. And I was looking for a rotational trade up and had 1,000 different reasons, all valid, why I wasn't going to try that, because there was no range. So I didn't mentally change gears quick enough to realize that, well, this thing's going directional now. And I've noticed that's been an issue a couple of times. But I don't know how you foretell this action. I don't know how. So I'm not sure what to do or say there. I'm back to this backtest, though. This is pretty darn interesting to me. And here would be the trades. I'll do all this evening after the dust clears here. This is the IB continuation trades only. And using my visual references here on this chart, they would be that rule number 1, we take out the IB here. We fluff around, we trade down into the pullback zone or this zone, trade up to within 1 point either side of the IB high, and then go short in this case, because this is the IB low. I'm sorry, not the IB high, this is the IB low, short, and then down you go. I clearly missed it. I'm not sure that it meets all the criteria. And the criteria, the way I've coded these rules, are specific, right? It's the high or the low or the close or whatever else is within this area. For example, this I know why this didn't trigger here. See if I can get this more clear for you before we have the big world famous okay, so here's the IB, right? Here's the IB low. There's the statistic. Open above, close below. Bar above that was similar. Nothing, 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 nothing. That's rule one. Nothing, 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 nothing. Now, had this close been down here within the pullback range, that would be rule two. And then, as we traded up to here, we would have taken a short. And we would not have been stopped out because that's up above us, right? 3 points. And we'd have had a beautiful long, short in the direction of the big fall out of bed here. This did not qualify as that trigger for rule two. This does qualify as rule two, but we never get back up to within 1 point of the 1 point either side of the IB low. And that's why running this test, back test, or pushing these signals to the chart, there will not be a trade right there. That's the reason. Because of this specificity of the rules. And of course, that's what's important. That's the whole reason I'm so rigid about my discipline and using the rules and backtesting this way with computer. There's absolutely no possibility for discretion. This is it. When it runs these, 500 days, it looks at exactly those rules. And with IRT, you have to code both. There's your short side and there's your long side. Stops and targets and the whole shooting match. So that's the way it works. And now we have rolled over the final 30 minutes. Let's take a look around the park, shall we? What have we got going on now? Well, do the recap. Here's our volume. We've gotten up over 110% now, finally in the last little bit. Right here, when we finally dropped out of bed, I guess. And we zoomed up here. Our average 2 range also picked up from down in the 2s where we spent the day. This is the micro. These are the micros. Same exact layout and everything else as the minis. And the session prices and everything I push, let me know in the chat if they could be a help, and I'd be happy to share them. And here we are back home at the minis, right? Okay. We still have that big flat top. Now we've got 2 days worth of them. I can promise you, as sure as my name is the Boomer, we're going to take these out in the not too distant future, because the market, these are incomplete auctions. There's no taper. There's no conclusion to the option up there. Well, there's taper down here, taper over here, but there isn't on the top side. So those are weak or poor highs, 2 in a row. And that means be careful. See here? Look at this. And now we got similar over here. And value area high right at the top. We're going to go back up there, that's for sure. That's my version of fortune telling for the day. And here's our higher time frame, which is the micro composite, daily RTH session, daily candlesticks, whatever price overlaps. I draw the volume profile around it, and we get these high and low volume nodes, which are indicated over here by the red and green lines. Here on Bookmap, those push directly, and here they are here. We have session prices. We also get a micro composite volume point of control right there. We have the session prices, which push from IRT to Bookmap. And they are right here. Here's our full session volume profile, RTH volume profile, and our notes column, which is pretty important to me. And oh, we got it. You see there, we got 11,000. So we got the full session volume profile shift. That's the first one. Now, is that the bright one? That's not the bright one. It's kind of weird. They both look like the same color to me. I'm going to call this the RTH volume profile. Remember, I just got through talking about that at length. Wait a minute. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? So what we have now is a migrating VPOC. After all day, they were able to bring it down here. So no, we don't like all that action we had yesterday. Let's bring it back. Now this is the value of the of the S&P. It's just a pretty crazy game, isn't it? Okay. I talked about this and I picked out that level hour ago, maybe, or more. And I pointed out exactly how you determine that. It's just simple. And here we are. News. What's going on? Well, it's been a terrible news day, I think, in my opinion. Trump spent all day insulting people in the UN, starting out with the General Assembly and up till now, and then I guess continues on at 1820. So, yeah, it's been, I haven't paid much attention over here. There's been a lot of, horrible things said. And this is a lot of crazy stuff, so who knows what's up. Yeah, tomorrow. Now, this is financial juice, and it's free. You can pay for it if you want to, but it's free. There's kind of the docket or the calendar here on the left side, and then more of a squawk box feel. Wow, Chevron exports Venezuelan oil. First we gave them a license to do that, and now they've cut it in half under new authorization. And we gave them the license to export it a month after we imposed 35% additional tariffs on any country that would buy Venezuelan oil. I can't keep up. I don't suppose anybody else can either. This is my preferred market calendar because it's easily read, easy to screen grab and snap and post somewhere. It's easy for others to see. This also has earnings and anything else you want to have, and you can filter it however you want. Both of them you can. Here's tomorrow's stuff. We got new home sales, crude inventories, building permits. What do we got for the week? Thursday's a biggie. Durable goods, GDP, existing home sales, initial jobless claims. And Friday, what have we got down here? Michigan's out. Ooh, the Michigan number. That was a big shaker. For some reason, they always have that Michigan number as a 2-star over here, and I don't know why. It always moves the market. Anyway, so this is also free. Investing.com. The other one's Financial Juice. And now what are we going to do here? Well, we've gone around this horn once already, I think, haven't we? Know what our volumes are. We're pretty much picked up there at the last minute. We've had the VPOC shift that I talked about an hour and a half or something ago, and right to the line that I thought it was going to be. Right, the area down here, which is just math. It's the POC marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in this session, we've traded 12,235 contracts at that price. Case closed. The second one of these other prices is one contract more than that. This yellow line's going to move there. Real easy. I like to try to make you think it's real difficult and magical, but I'm not one of those rearview mirror internet guru-y types, I guess. Not slick enough. Just an old cowboy. So here we go. We can expect the market on close orders in about 10 minutes at 1450. And then we will have the world famous cash close at 1500, where I will close the stream for the day, update the time chapters and things when I can. Got to take mom out for a little market extravaganza. The stream starts every morning at 0800 with pre-market definition, a look at the overnight, what I estimate the trading, expectations for the opening trading would be. Look at the numbers, look how to set up bookmap, the risk neutral methodology and the brackets, all of that for the goal being that this is completely transparent and 100% accountable. That's exactly why the stream is 7 hours long every day. Not because I enjoy standing here or, I start about 6 in the morning. And last night I left here about 10 o'clock or 2200. Makes for a long day. I have 2 standing desks only, no chairs and stuff. And that's just what I'm used to. I've done that for, 15 years or more. So there you go. I will look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Smack a thumbs up on the way out the door. Subscribe. That's always great. Save, share, send money, all that stuff. I'm not monetized in any way with this stream. So all of this, I came out of pocket for all of this gear and I do it. It is my virtual trading journal that I share openly. And there we go. I'm not going to reload the music because it's about done with the day. I'm going to have about 9 minutes till the market on close orders, and then the top of the hour will kill the stream and be back at 8 in the morning. There you go. It could pull this POC up now a little bit here. We're up to 9,300 at 12 quarter. Market on close flush there. Not that it matters a damn bit, but you know, that's how it works. It's just math, probabilities, and data. That's it. It's really pretty simple. I mean, it's a simple kind of a, you know, it has beautiful elegance in its simplicity. Ooh. And imagine all the money that's been made and all the books written and programs built around a binary event, up or down. That's all the market does. If you didn't put time on it, this thing would just jump up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. That's it. Much like market profile. I mean, that's what market profile really does. It's just a little bit of, that's market profile. You know, that's why the profiles look like this. And if you don't have market profile and you want to see exactly what a market profile chart would look like when they're expanded, each one of these TPO, they call them, is 30 minutes. So all you need to do is get yourself a 30-minute bar candles chart. That's it. And that's market profile. Simple as that. Well, we got another 2.5 minutes here for the market on close orders. They're jamming a little liquidity up here. Got any big boys laying out here anywhere? Nope, not really. There's 3 1/4 at whatever that is, low volume node there at 16. He's trying to keep a lid on that pot. He doesn't want this going up there. That must be some sort of a repositioning, or somebody's trying to roll some more or something. Something there. Okay. Wow. Let's see. Much as I hate to go back here. We'll look at 1450 when it happens. This guy's been he's been insulting people at the UN all day. Started at 8:50 this morning with a speech to the General Assembly. He's been ragging on these poor bastards. Here we go. 8:50. He started on him at 8:50 this morning with the UN General Assembly, and then he hit him with at 10:10, and then he hit him again at 1200, and now he's hit him again at 13:30, and gonna finish up at 16:20, I guess. What a guy. This picture looks like he's backed off the makeup a little bit. I never really look at him or listen to him, but it looks like he's backed off the makeup a little bit. He looks pretty normal there, like a normal. That's great. Good for him. We were Richard affectionately started calling him one of the guys here in the stream, Agent Orange, which I thought was pretty funny. But yeah, good for him. Somebody said he does that himself. How the hell would they know? that he puts that stuff on himself, and that's why he keeps thinking he needs more or whatever, kind of like these real skinny, emaciated gals that are starving themselves to death with bulimia and things that in their mind, when they look in the mirror, they see themselves fat. I guess that's the same idea. That's what I took from the article anyway. Probably not very healthy, I guess, in terms of mental health. And we're going to monkey around here. We may get it to bop up. There we go. There's our market market on close imbalance. 404 million buy side S&P, 243 million sell side Nasdaq, 126 million buy side Dow 30, and sell side 94 million the Mag 7. There you go. There you have it. Now I'm going to get away from that damn screen because I'm not in the mood to watch that anymore. Okay. So what did we do? Well, we didn't get an inside day because we got past that yesterday's low by just a couple of freckles over here. And we were above it also because we opened higher in range. No, wait a minute. That's not true either. Where is it? That's the close. What I'm looking for here is the high, which is right there. We just tagged it. We didn't quite tag, did we? Did we do that? 56. I'd say we did. Mm-hmm. What's the high of the day over here? RTH high is 56.75. Yep. There we are. Okay. So 8 minutes to the close. Not the close, I'm sorry. The market officially closes at 1600. The cash closes at 1500. And then there's the curb trade of about 15 minutes after that, which I don't really pay much attention to. As we start approaching the 1500 of the cash close, which we are, you see the liquidity starting to load up here, starting to fill in. And there you go. Keep a fairly dark room here. I've got one of those really good, I really recommend them over screen monitor or lights. Of course, if you're young, have good young eyes, it won't matter, but those years are quite a ways behind me. Quite a ways behind me here. And I was like a hawk, man, and now I can barely see a hawk. Yeah. So great day. I stuck to my guns. I'm disciplined. I'm a successful trader. That's how it works. A professional trader, and this is my trading business where I am consistently profitable. It's a business. It's not a video game or a hobby. And that's important. I don't know if I mentioned it through the day, but it's important to understand that this is definitely not, my stream here is definitely not a my way or the highway idea. This is the way I do it. And however you do it so that it works, you know, consistently profitable for you, get with it. And if you've got a great idea, let me know. But this is where I am now. And I share it for transparency and accountability, and to try, you know, if it helps somebody, that'd make me feel even better. So there you go. There you go. There you have it. And we've got 4 minutes, and I'm so excited. My wife's tapping her foot. She wants to get down there to the market. I'm the driver. I'm like soccer dad here in the group. And that's fine with me. I enjoy it. We're a pretty close-knit family. I will not be able to update the timestamps on this until I get back from the market. Simply because we need to get going here at 1500, and we're got about 3 minutes. And I think it's raining like stink. That's really great. Great for the ground. Cool things off. It's 34C right now, which is 93 if you're an F'er. And I'm not sure why in hell this upper monitor is. One of the things that I think I've determined about this drama I've been having with, the drama that I've been having with my volume profile, RTH volume profile resetting correctly on time, is that there is a time, some sort of time goofiness going on with my computer and the rhythmic data. In other words, what is being interpreted by Bookmap. I have a special task built into my tasks manager thing here for this computer, the trading machine, that resets the time or syncs the time to the GMT server every morning at 7. And then I noticed that on rhythmic login, you can also have it automatically sync your computer every 2 minutes, which I was doing. And then when I did that, I logged on to another site, TopStep X actually. And there was a pop-up from them that my clock was wrong. Go figure, you know. Go figure. All right, we got about 30 seconds here, and here they come. Boom, boom, here they come charging in to load the boat. Look at there. And we're 3 minutes apart, or we're 3 points here on the scale, but so what? There we go. 2.5 points. That's easier for you to see. Yeah, so 10 seconds. And there's the cash close right there. Yeah, I'm happy. I always forget about these pads I've got on this mixer. Never used. I'm kind of old school. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ah, look at there. Right at the last minute, they did bring it up just as I thought and mentioned earlier. So we'll throw that timestamp on there. I mean, that flag. I'm sorry. 1656. Now we got a big ledge. Don't you love them? A lot of trading going around here. All right. Well, have yourself a great rest of the day. I hope you were calm, cool, collected, and disciplined, and that you had a great day. Thanks for dropping by. Remember, the stream fires up every morning at 0800 Central Standard Time for, you know, all the usual stuff, pre-market setup, reports, analysis of what we've done, or my view of what we've done overnight and what I expect our trade to be at the open, what to look forward to for the day, in my opinion. And also remember that your health, your mental health, your physical health is the most important tool for your trading. Much more important than your monitors and your charts and all of that crap. If you're well rested, hydrated, you're not on emotional tilt for some reason, you have that is a huge positive to your edge. You know, so don't hang out down in the dark basement like in your underwear like a troll, you know, and eat crackers. Get outside now, have some fun, have some exercise, and do what you got to do. Remember to balance your life, and have a great